All right, hello everyone, and welcome to Bob Plays Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts on Legendary difficulty. This is episode 12 of the Casual USA campaign, where we're doing more Labor Day weekend war with France. And we got a party going on Discord. Let's go hop on Discord here. Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey, hello, hello.
I had to actually, we were originally going to do Mega Mech tonight, but we had a concert going on after the barbecue, and I ended up falling asleep. I actually missed the concert. I was so damn tired. And then by the time I woke up and everything, it was just too late for Mega Mech. So I'm like, we'll go sink some ships. But Cawthon was busy talking about aliens and other stuff that YouTube might have had trouble with, so we decided we'd just go wait a little while because YouTube's already shadow banned me hard enough. So, Cawthon has finished educating us on very interesting but politically incorrect historical facts, and now we're going to celebrate Labor Day weekend by invading France. Because, why not? So
That was very diplomatically put.
I know, right? See, I'm getting good at this. I'm getting good at this.
You might make an excellent politician someday.
That's right. I'll be the dictator you can trust. Fucking Argentina. Holy shit, I can't believe Argentina said what they said. Yeah, I'm sure YouTube would kill my channel if I repeated what Argentina said about history. Oh my god. So, I think we're supposed to invade something this turn, but I don't remember what we're. That's right, we haven't invaded anything yet. So, I kind of want to invade. Northern Greece and just get this dealt with since I've got the fleet here already. And just kind of get this taken care of. I mean, presumably I would be able to. I don't have enough ships down here to do everything I want. What would it take to invade Northern Greece? Because I really want to stamp out the Ottomans, because they're just going to. Only 14,000 tons, because the Ottomans are kind of a real pain in the butt in this game, because they just keep attacking and attacking and attacking.
What's up?
Hey, Shadow Wolf, how are you doing, man?
Good, yeah?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing quite all right. I need to figure out where I'm going to find 14,000 tons, though. I mean, I've got a surplus of tonnage, so I can divert some of these ships. I can just send these guys over to Northern Greece. Yeah, let's just do that. So we're going to go get Northern Greece. Alright. And then you guys, you cruisers, tiny jalapenos, can go over here to Thessaloniki. Have I been to Thessaloniki? Let me see. No, I haven't been that far north. This is up into, like, Macedonia. I've only ever been up, like, this way. Up somewhere up in here, Thermopylae, it's around here somewhere. I think it's about here. Actually kind of cool. So let's go send you guys. I'll send you guys over there. Alright, so try and I guess it's not turn down the volume a little bit. It's all right. What else are we gonna do? I've got these ships going into repair. We've got one more turn till we get the better range finders. We've got what's going on with our fleets here. We got some of these guys are going to be built in a turn, so that's not bad. All right, and then we've got another 8 months though on the engines. These multiple expansion engines. So these are a minor upgrade. They're not that big of a difference. Let's see. Horsepower per tonnage. Where's that? 27. And this is 26. So they're like a little bit of an improvement, but they're not a big improvement. The steam engine. 25, yeah, none of these are. I mean, really, the big improvements when you get to the steam turbines and the geared turbines. Those are the big ones. And as far as big guns go, we've got the Mark II 12-inch guns, which is nice. So we'll be able to do some nice things on the Freedom ships. Alright, so I think that's... So we'll deal with Northern Greece. We got this bullshit going on here. That's just a torpedo boat. I don't have any... I don't have anything to stop you. I've got you guys here. 4 cruisers. Let's go send you guys... You guys are uninjured, so we're going to send you guys up here to try and intercept that torpedo boat. And then these guys are going to go repair, because they're getting a little beat up. Alright, so I think that'll take care of that. We got this light cruiser coming. Yeah, he's trying to pass through there. And I've got some light cruisers here. Where are my light cruisers at here? Are they in port? No, they're right here. I think you guys, I'm going to put you guys into port. Actually, no, I don't want to, because I want the extra tonnage in the ocean to help deal with all this. Because we're going to end up having a bunch of repairs to do. See, that's looking okay. Can we crank this up just a smidge? There we go. So we got the invasion going. We got all this nonsense going on here. We've got this little French thing down here, which, I mean, I probably need to invade that. I probably ought to do that like next time. So I'm gonna send you guys. I'm gonna send you guys back to. I guess I'll leave them here. And these guys are doing pretty good. I'll leave them here for now, because we're going to end up having a bunch of repairs to do. And so we'll figure that out. Then over here, we got this naval invasion, and that's going pretty good. These Guardians, they're doing pretty good. Oh, how's these refits going? Little prototype refits that we got going on. What do we? That's gonna still be 2 months and 3 months, so I can't do anything for a couple months anyway. So there's no point really worrying about it. All right, so we're just gonna YOLO to the next turn, and that'll be good enough. So how's everybody doing tonight? Thanks for hanging out with me. Everybody having a good weekend?
Yep.
What have you been up to?
Well, I have my niece and nephew over right now, and
Right on.
since yesterday, yeah.
Are they gaming with you?
Nah, they're the youngest is like 2 or 3, the other's like 4 or 5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But they have seen me play video games, though.
Right on.
Yeah.
Let's go auto-resolve that. And there we go. Sank the torpedo boat. Ooh, this one's going to be a little bit... What did we run into here? Let's go save this just in case. We got... That is a lot... Wow, that's a lot of ships. Alright, so my tiny jalapenos go 20 knots. The Republique is slow. Cruisers are slow. These lights are kind of slow also. So a lot of these are kind of slower cruisers. So what we could do, and these are all veterans, aren't they? Oh, wow, okay. So what we can do is I can try and do a fighting withdrawal and shoot up the destroyers and torpedo boats. That's what I think we're going to try and do. I don't know if it's going to work. That's what I'm going to try to do. So...
Every time a destroyer captain dies, an angel gets its wings.
That's right. That's right. I'll tell you what, in my German campaign, those Lorenzo destroyers I made were really good. I mean, I do like I do like destroyers when they behave themselves. They just don't usually behave themselves. All right, so you guys are gonna get in line with those. You guys are going to retreato because these guys are kind of beat up. I can always reload it if it fucks up, so. So all we need to do, yeah, because some of these guys are kind of beat up pretty good. We just need to spot the battleship or get spotted by something and start leaving, and hopefully their smaller ships will chase me, get into gun range, and then I can shoot them. That is our goal. Alright, so I spotted it, and it knows we're there because I'm shooting at it. Oh, we hit something. What did we hit?
If it's unseen, it's probably a torpedo boat.
No, I hit something on the battleship, but it won't let me...
Oh.
Alright, so we're gonna go turn. And there, okay, so he sees me. So we are leaving now. Actually, I wonder if I ought to leave as two groups.
That might be wise.
So I could turn a little. So I could turn a little. So I could turn a little sharper. So let's go do that. Would be nice if you would.
Like some Mech Warrior 5 right now, like the mercenaries.
Right.
Yeah. I got a king crab that I whipped with two, like two gals, max level galses.
Right on.
Yeah.
I like king crabs. They're kind of big and awkward. Yeah, they're just slow as shit. That's exactly the problem. All right, so so a torpedo boat's chasing us, so that's good. Now, all these cruisers, you guys are going 17 knots, we're going 19. So we are going to outrun you. And this torpedo boat is going 25, so he's going to keep up with us. So what I could do, we're going to just keep on going like that. And maybe we'll hit the torpedo boat. Yep, we hit him a little bit. And so he's hitting us. Alright, so we're going to turn that way. Now, I don't know if this is working out as well as I would like. Well, I mean, we are hitting the torpedo boat. He's getting bad things. No, keep shooting at the torpedo boat till he sinks, please. And then shoot at the destroyer. Alright, now shoot at the destroyer, please. Pretty Plex. Shoot the destroyer. There we go. Now, I don't think those light cruisers can keep up with me. Now, granted, we're veterans already, so we don't really need to get, the experience. And how fast that destroyer going? They're going 22, and then these cruisers here, those are slow. I don't know if this is working quite as well as I would like. I mean, I sank a torpedo boat, but I don't know if... I mean, I could try and turn in a little bit and see if I can spot one of them again. But I wonder if they're just not going to chase me that much. I mean, what I'd like to do is I'd like to draw away their torpedo boats from their... Oh, there's their battleship. What does this asshat have on him? He's got... Those are Mark 1s. He's got... That's not great armor. He's got a lot of main belt armor, but his forebelt and aft belt are nothing. So I could blow his ass up with high explosives, conning tower, all that is nothing. He's green. Man. That is so tempting. It's probably a bad idea.
He's got all them cruisers concentrated around him.
Well, his cruisers are off over here.
Yeah.
Now, let's see. My 9-inch guns are Mark II, and they've got a range of 17 kilometers, so they can hit him. So what I could do is I could have you guys follow them, and I could... Now the problem, though, is that these guys are coming in all hot and heavy. Man, he has an awful lot of cruisers. I'm gonna discretion is the better part of valor. We're gonna just kind of call it. They got, we got some experience. We sank one of their ships. It's not great. We killed more guys than they. We're just gonna play this one cautious because that's, yeah. Now this one though, we're gonna mess them up.
Yeah, saying you could have used those two. Wanted to lure the torpedo boats and destroyers out to where you could at least shot them up. You could have used those two torpedo boats you had as bait there.
Yeah, the problem is the torpedo boats are my little small recon torpedo boats, and they're hard to spot, and they're just so tiny. I just have them for the recon value so I can get fleet engagements. But that's okay. I've got this will be a nice fight where I outnumber them, and I'm going to. I'll get them this way. These are such stupid heavy cruisers. Alright, so we have alright, so you guys are going to leave. Now my raiders, you're going to detach, and then I've got how many of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So I'm thinking we're just going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so here's how we're going to do this. We're going to have you guys tight and follow, actually screen them. And these guys are going to also screen them. And then these guys will also screen them. Is that all tight? Yeah. And then these guys, we're going to have retreat, so we know which way. There we go. So the retreat direction's that way, so we know that the enemy ships are the opposite way. It's going to be about here. And we're going to have these guys who are faster by a little bit take the lead, and my cruisers are going to screen and follow. This doesn't... I don't really quite like how that's working. Let's have you actually do a follow instead, because I don't want you to be... Yeah, I don't want you guys to be so close to each other. There we go. Let's see, they're still the same, a little bit more to this way now. Alright, so that's not bad. Probably a little overkill to hunt down this flotilla, but there we go. Alright, so now the shit's starting. You guys are... You got Mark II guns, that's kind of sucks, and lots of armor. So these guys hurt, and their torpedoes have not that long of a range. So, all right, we are going to go this way, and to be honest, I actually want all you guys to follow. I should manually control everybody, but I'm going to be a little on the lazy side. I don't need to be that tight. Alright, so we're gonna change this up a little bit. You're gonna go take care of that. I should just manually control these guys, because now I'm gonna regret it. Oh, hello, destroyer. Hello, Destroyer, my old friend. I'm gonna miss you again. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and turn hard. Are you not able to hit him? You can hit him, I believe in you. What's your torpedo range? Not very long. Alright. You can totally hit him. I believe in you. Alright, you guys are going to keep on going this way. And the other guys can just follow. Wish you'd just all keep firing at the destroyer till he sinks. That would be nice. That destroyer's taking a lot of heat, not dying. There we go, now he sank. Alright, so you guys are going to keep being the blocking force. You're following, and you guys are... You're doing fine. And this light cruiser's going to take it pretty hard here in just a minute also. Alright, that's going to be really good. Alright, so you guys need to double back, and you need to get out of the firing line because you're out of the battle line, because you took too much damage and it's time for you to leave. And you guys can keep on going. You're not hurting those heavy cruisers that much. That's unfortunate. Alright, so you guys are going to turn this way. You guys are going to turn that way. And you guys are going to... I could have you just follow them, actually. That'd probably be fine. Yeah, I'll have you put a little bit of distance, then you guys will keep doing that, yeah. You know, unfortunately, those 10-inch guns really suck. And I've got to get in close enough for my 2.9s to start doing the Lord's work. I think we'll have you follow them also. That'll... Alright, here we go. Unfortunately, these guys just have single-barreled 10-inch guns, but they hurt. They hurt pretty bad. Now what if I were to have my secondary guns just light you up, keep the main guns on you? And we could have the main guns on you, secondaries on you. And you're going to let you shoot where you want to shoot because you're far away. Alright, and then this guy... I don't really want to take another hit. He can just kind of hang out back there. Alright, let's see if this will...
Eating all the sweet goodies up.
Huh? Jesus, this is really hurting. Oh my god, really? There's fog and storm? Alright, fine, we'll just put everything at you. Let's have you follow as well. Shit. Those things hurt, and I'm not doing that much damage to them. I'm doing a little bit, but not like what they're doing to me. Alright, time for you to detach. And you are going to veer away. Oh crap. These guys are really taking it hard. Let's see if we can maybe get some... Getting close enough to get some brawl going here, where Saint 2.9 can do their job. But I don't want to get in too close because you guys have torpedoes that I'm nervous about. But it looks like we're going to win the brawl. Alright, we are going to win the brawl. Yeah, you need to leave. And you need to... Yeah, you're leaving. That's good. You're... Alright. Alright, what do these guys have left? They're all sort of beat up, but not super beat up. Alright, so this is... I'm a little nervous about his torpedoes, but I don't think they're living long enough to make those work. These tiny jalapenos are tough, but they're not... I need better tech still. But they're a good start. Alright, that last ship is going to be in trouble. All this foggy weather. It's a much messier battle than it should have been, but I guess their ships are pretty tough and more advanced than mine. But we'll get them. We have numbers. Definitely not a fair fight. Yeah, they're gonna run out of crews soon. Alright, good job, boys, good job. I heard a lot of beeps. Let me see if I got a bunch of messages. No, I didn't. It's something else that's beeping. I don't know what's beeping. Whatever. Alright, so... we killed nearly 3,000 people. We lost almost 100. We all got lots of experience, which is good. So hopefully my guys leveled up. Alright. France lost a lot of transports. I lost a lot of transports. Argentina wants to order some patrol boats. Not right now. A little tonnage overboard right now. We got China. That's good. Got Western Turkey. Alright, so let's see how things are going. We got convoys here. Man, I don't know. He has a 10-inch gun, but he's only 3,000 tons. But he's got a lot of armor. So he got... I don't know if I can take him or not. I mean, it's... What about this other convoy? This seems like a lot of a fair fight also. These are cadets. They're trained. I go faster than they are. So I could theoretically shoot up his transports and leave. Maybe. Maybe, maybe. We'll go try this one. We'll go give this a shot. All right. You go this way. Hopefully their transports aren't heavily armed. Let's have you follow the torpedo boats. Oh, they're straight ahead. Alright, let's... So these guys are going to look for transports. The plan is I want to sink a transport and run away. I'd like to sink that cruiser, but I don't know if I can take the cruiser one-on-one. So, and unfortunately we spotted the cruiser before we spotted the transport. But the cruiser hasn't seen me yet. Which way is this cruiser going? You're going back that way, so you might be running to your transports. So I think he sees me also. Oh, he sees the torpedo boats. Time to leave. Uh-oh. Okay, we found the transports. Alright, so everybody's going to shoot at the transport. Does the transport have any guns? It does. It does have guns, so we want to avoid it because it's gonna suck. Oh, but we got a hit. Oh. And so we know the transports are off like this way, so we're gonna sort of angle a little bit and head on in. And you guys are just gonna keep on screening. Oh, they figured out that we're here. So how come their transports have better spotting than my guys? That seems a little unfair.
They always had better spotting.
Yeah, I want whatever spotting those guys have.
Up until the point you about to get radar, because the only way you got to spot them.
Yeah. The problem is, like, one good hit and I'm done for. And I probably need to... Ooh, that almost... Good thing I turned, that almost hit me. Because this guy has, like, armor out the wazoo. Yeah, he's got good armor. I kind of have a feeling that I'm just barking up the wrong tree and I just bail, because I think that... Because based on these targeting lines, I mean, the transport's right here. I don't think I'm getting this guy. I think they're protecting him pretty well. I mean, I could try and go in on it, but... Oh, there he is. Alright, there he is. Alright, buddy, shoot the transport. Oh, so it's my cruiser that spotted the transport, not the torpedo boat. And they haven't spotted my cruiser, so my cruiser has good spotting at least. And these guys have to get within 7 kilometers, which is... I mean, I'm almost there. 7.5. There we go. And what's their range on these things? They have a range of 9.1, so...
Good evening, Bob.
Hey, how's it going?
It goes. What you up to besides a little American
Fuck yeah, I am sinking
travel?
some ships. We are celebrating Labor Day weekend by attacking France. Those dirty socialists. And, they started it. I don't know if I can brawl this guy down. We're gonna try it. Then we'll leave the transports, these torpedo boats. The problem is that his 10-inch gun is really good. We got his torpedo. I could try and get in and brawl him. I just don't know. Alright, time to leave. Alright, we're going to say that's a big... Oh, fuck me. Alright, wow. Alright, we're going to... Alright, so we're going to... No. Alright, so we're not going to dick around with this, because that 10-inch gun... It just rips through me. It's damn. All right, we're not gonna screw around with stupid convoy missions like that till we upgrade our ships. Apparently, I'm getting my ass kicked by the French. That's what's going on. They got mad at the socialist comment.
Apparently, 10-inch socialist guns work just as good as 10-inch American guns.
Yeah, because I'm using 9.9s. They got like 10.4. There's only single barrel though, but it did the trick. It definitely did the trick. Oh man! All right, so we're not going to worry about these convoy missions. So our research, we got the rangefinders. Control stations, it's not going to... Is there anything that I can get within a couple of turns? Not really. I don't want to delay till I get the multiple expansion engines. I don't care about electric steering gear. I've already got the induced boilers, so there's not really anything great there. Now on the fleet side of things, though, I've got to go drop a few... How many tons am I over? I think I'm like 40,000, 47,000 tons over. So I've got all these repairs going on. So 7, 14, 28. It'll be 35. That should be enough right there. We're going to suspend that. Yeah, that'll be all right. So we can do a little bit of repairing. And these guys will be repaired in 1 to 2 turns. And the refit should be done, so I could upgrade, but I'll give it one more turn. And so this is going to be a make Britain like me more turn. All right. Yeah, I'm just not feeling that. All right, so you are going to go get this guy. Go get him. And then you guys, we're gonna have you go back to San Juan. We're gonna do a little bit of repairing. What do we have out here? I've got like nothing in the Pacific. Oh, I've got a bunch of these guys out here in the Pacific. Alright, so you boys, I have enough in the Pacific to go do something, but not here. So we're gonna go to Pago Pago and refit. Actually, how's your stuff coming along? 3% army logistics, and I got 52. It's not great, but it's all right. Alright, let's go back to Pago Pago, and we'll get these guys refitted. Because do I have upgraded raiders? And no, I didn't upgrade the... alright, whatever. So we'll get that done. I don't own anything down here yet. Oh, I've got a crap ton of these guys down here in Argentina, or down in not in Peru rather. So I've got a lot of ships just hanging out, just waiting to. Okay, I see what's up. I see what's up. Okay.
Oh, they're waiting to prevent the Germans from taking Argentina.
That's right. Argentina's my buddy, apparently. So maybe what I do is I get the Freedom ships refitted first. I mean, 7 more months till I get the better engines, but the multiple expansion engines aren't really that much better than the triple expansion. I save a little bit of weight. I save 2% engine weight. Save a little bit on fuel stowage. They're a little bit more fuel efficient. And a little more horsepower, but they don't make that big of a difference, really. Let's see here. So we got Turkey. So you guys, so you're doing good there. And you're doing good there. So we're gonna... So that's going to get the Dardanelles, but I don't think I can get Constantinople yet, because Constantinople is in the Bosphorus. That's the Black Sea, and I have no way of getting... I can't actually Oh, I could.
But can you get Istanbul?
I'll fucking try. That is so tempting. That is so I wonder if it will let me do that. Oh. Maybe it will. I'm gonna give that a try. Screw it. I need to refit a lot of this stuff. France has so much stuff. And that's going really well. I'm going to take southern France in a turn, and then they're really going to be in trouble. One destroyer and one torpedo boat, and I'll deal with all that here in a bit. Alright, so that's all pretty good shape. Over here, I got this taken over. So the question is, next turn's an invasion turn. Do I keep trying to knock out the Ottomans, which that would get rid of a big pain in my ass? The problem is Eastern Turkey is Ottoman Empire, and I can't do anything about them. I kind of want to knock their ass out. Or I could just keep grabbing up all this Asia stuff and get the French out of here. Which is also worthwhile. So I'll just have to kind of see how that... I probably want to at least take Constantinople, because you can't go back to it afterwards. Alright, so these... Now that's the big question. Do I want to try and sink these ships? Now the problem is, these are those 10 and... No, these are 9.7. Twin 9.7s. Two twin 9.7s. Those are going to... My guys are cadets, they're cadets. I could use it to level up. Now, if you take out Ottoman ships, will that weaken their army logistics, do you think?
As I understand it, the minor nations' army logistic is completely dependent upon the nation they're allied with. Now, if they're not allied with someone, I have no idea what it's based on.
I don't know. Let's go fight them and see. Let's go see what happens. I outnumber them 2-1, and so I just need to get in close and brawl them, and hopefully it'll be all right. It's nighttime. Alright, and then we'll make it tight. Because these tiny jalapenos are okay, they're just okay.
Cool.
Alright, let's see what this guy has. These guys have really good armor. These are Mark II guns. Fuck me! Those are Mark III guns! Fuck! Those are Mark IIs. Oh my god, he's better. Those are better ships than me. But I outnumber him 2-1. 2.3 kilometer range. They've got better armor than I have. Shit. Alright, so my only chance is to get in there. I am faster. I gotta go armor piercing and hope I get lucky. Are we going for the back guy first? Alright. No, it's not working. As long as they don't get a clean hit, let's go secondaries on you, main guns on you. Oh my god, those are fucking hurting me. Jesus. I don't want to get into torpedo range, so we're gonna veer away. Let's put everything into you. So, I mean, we can win the brawl up close, as long as they don't torpedo us. Okay, we got one of your torpedoes. This is just kind of intense. Oh, those guns hurt. Yeah, his Mark III guns are a big problem. Could we maybe all focus fire on the ship that I told you to? Because we're just not penetrating his armor with anything. I'm just not doing any damage to them. I mean, I'm damaging them a little bit, but not that much. These things are just not... Got his torpedo, so now I can try and move in. Let's go detach you. And put the main guns on you and keep the secondaries on you, but we're not. Oh, he's gonna come in for a torpedo. Shit. Alright, we're gonna keep the guns on you. We're gonna turn hard like this. It's just not worth brawling these guys if I can't hurt them. Shit, that's a torpedo. That's gonna fucking hit me, isn't it? Alright. So that's not... Yeah, I can't beat them 2-on-1 even. I'm just not hurting them enough. My guns just don't hurt. These Mark 1 guns are just no good. So, that's unfortunate. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to run to the bathroom, and I'll be right back, and we'll try this again. so let's try this again. Run you away. Yeah, I mean we can't win that fight. So at least we're faster than them. Boop. Now this fight I think I can win. But yeah, I just can't punch through that armor consistently. He is pretty fast, but my tiny jalapenos can catch him. Alright, so we'll try this. Alright, so you guys... You're going to follow these. And you guys are going to try to find the bad guy. So let's see if this will work. And they've already got Mark III 9-inch guns. That's rough. Alright, now this guy, though, we're going to be able to beat up on him, because he's not... He's fast, but his armor's not fantastic. He just punched me right in the nose. Look at that. He's definitely doing more damage to me than I'm doing to him. That's no bueno. Oh, now we got a hit. I took a torpedo. Alright, so we got a flood. This will start to slow him down. And now we'll be able to tear them. At least we can take out light cruisers. There we go. Now we can fire with everything. Yeah, that's the money right there. Alright, well this will take care of him pretty quick. Yeah, he's had it. He's had it. Okay. I don't know what I think about this fight. This is that where I had all those ships. Man. So now these are their smaller cruisers. They still have big frickin' guns. They're only 3,000 tons, 4,000 tons. I might be able to do something about it. I've got all these 9-inch guns, all these 9.9s. I can try and take out a whole bunch of torpedo stuff. Alright, so we're gonna try this and see if we can make this work. Yeah, I got all these bug bites on my arm. I don't know how I got it. It's been itching all day.
Did you pick those up at the concert?
No, I don't know where. I don't know where I got bit. I got bit by something. I don't know if it was like a spider bite or what. I mean, I just pissed something off. They're probably French. I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull this fight off. I don't think I can sink all the ships. And these are still the first generation tiny jalapenos. They're not great yet. These guys are all kind of beat up a little bit. All right, let's group you guys together. You boys are going to retreat. And I don't know if I want you guys following, but this might be the easiest way for now. That worked out all right. So ideally, I would like to find some destroyers to shoot up and then leave. But this battleship probably isn't that tough. So one possibility is that I punk the battleship from a distance, because I think this guy had bad armor. Alright, let's double check this. This battleship has bad armor. Alright, so you Um, I want the main guns shooting at you, and secondary guns can fire at, whatever. I want the main guns. Continue firing main guns at him, because he's got a lot of gun, but not a lot of... I want all your guns now firing at the battleship. The fuck is that beep noise I just heard? It's all firing the battleship. It's doing battleship. And that's doing battleship. Alright, so... now we're going to start leaving. Alright, so let's... what are we going to do? We're going to just start firing into clusters of stuff. So you fire into there, and you fire into there, and you fire into there, and... you fire into there. Alright, so you guys, you're going to start turning that way, and you just fire into whatever you can. And you start veering off this way, and you just fire into whatever you can. You start firing at that cluster stuff over there. Now, how tough is your armor? Your armor is pretty fucking good. That is the problem. Your armor's pretty fucking good. And those guns are gonna suck. These guys have not a big deal armor. But these guys have a slow speed, so we might be able to outrun them. You just shoot at whoever. Yeah, the problem is I don't think it's probably not going to work. I probably need to go and take out the big cruisers. I don't think this is working. No, that is not working. That is not working at all. Shit. Alright, change of plans. Aggro. And you'll aggro. Let's have you turn around. And you guys will keep dealing with the destroyers, because that's really what you're made for. Main guns on you, and secondary guns on the light cruisers. That's how we're going to have to do it. And secondary guns on light cruisers, main guns on you. You're turning around. And you guys will keep going after destroyers for a little bit. Alright, so we've kind of psyched out their smaller ships. What's the range on these things? 11 kilometers. So I can't even shoot at those. So we're just shooting at whatever we can shoot at, is really what it comes down to. You just shoot whoever you can. And you guys, main guns. So you took a hit. And that's bad. Because you're gonna get in trouble now. And this is where things start falling apart now that I'm starting to take damage. Alright. What's that? Alright, now at this point, oops. Everybody go and shoot at him. He's gonna pump everything to this now. Oh, yeah, there we go. There's some damage. Keep the secondaries on you, please. Alright, so that's hurting a little bit. I'm gonna have you guys follow them. There we go. That way we can just keep on pounding into it. We got a light cruiser, that's good. Probably keep these 5-inch guns firing on you. How are you guys doing? You are doing... I would really like for you guys to finish him off. Let's see if you can. I really want to finish that guy. He's just about sunk. Just get him a little more and sink him, please. There we go. There we go. There we go. Good job. All right, now get that one. And I'm worried about this tail end guy. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn you around. I want to be able to cover their escape. That guy still hasn't sunk yet. Alright, main gun's on you. I really want to take you guys out, but you're just not going down. I just need to burn down these ships. Alright, at this point, put all your fire into him. And then you guys need to shoot at this one. Now, where are you at? You are still... You're trying to exit the fight. And you've done good. Let's have you kind of angle that way and just kind of so you can maybe get some shots off at a distance. But yeah, your fight is done. So you're nailing him. And you guys are going to nail him. When he took a hit, didn't he? That's not good. That's not good. Yeah, you need to... We need to start backing you out so you can... Shit. Shit. Yeah, that's not good at all. You need to go that way. And you took a nasty hit. That's not good at all. Have you guys... try and finish him off. They're shooting at him, that's good. And these guys are gonna turn and That's a lot of numbers hitting those light cruisers there. That's going to really ruin their day. Alright, now you... Yeah, you're just going to kind of do that. You boys... You're still trying to sink him. This is turning into a much more dedicated battle than I would like. You're going all in on him. Yeah, there we go. Let's see if we can take out a couple more light cruisers. See if we can hit that guy maybe. That's starting to be a pretty far away shot. I go after. We're not quite ready to go after him. Let's go after you guys. And we'll let the light cruisers just start tearing things up. Oops, I don't want to be that close. I could put... Is that a torpedo boat there? It's low on fuel. Let's go secondary gun him. Alright, what do we got going on over here? We are going to have a... Maybe a little bit of a problem. I could sink these torpedo boats. They're probably not a big deal. They're low on fuel, so they're easy picking. So we're going to go after them. And you guys are following the retreating ship. I don't want you to do that. I want you to follow these guys. And you're doing all right-ish. Let's have you follow these guys. Also, you're just trying to get the hell out of there. So you just get out of there. Hopefully nobody's paying attention to you, and you're beat up enough that I think we just want you to leave. Because at this point, we just sort of want to get out of here. We've done a lot of damage. And hopefully they don't see you. Now this guy... You're not doing that bad, all things considered. So we're going to have you follow him also. But yeah, this guy... I might be able to hit him. 1% chance. It's not great. I would say you fire whoever you're going to fire at. I would really like to hit that, but I don't know if we're hitting him at this point. I mean, we'll see. Not really. Alright, there's a lot of other things I have to deal with. So... let's start shooting at you. And how far away is that? That's 7 kilometers. That's all right. I don't know if I really ought to be back in with the rest of the battle instead of picking off these stragglers, but what's your torpedo range? Not very much. Alright, so I'm just gonna let you guys just kinda do whatever. Alright, that's wonderful. Let's have you guys focus on that, and see if we can tear those up pretty quick. Alright, let's put main guns on you, keep the secondaries on this guy. Keep your secondaries on this guy. Have you killed those torpedo boats yet? You did, good. Alright, so those torpedo boats are dead. That's really nice. I would like to get these guys back in the fight. I could try and take these out, and those light cruisers are a little beat up. I think I want to regroup back with my main force, and then we'll double back. So we're going to have you guys just turn around and head back. Because I sort of want to sink this guy pretty quick before he causes me a lot of trouble. So yeah, let's just focus all firepower on that cruiser. What on earth is going on over here? So you guys are turning around, but they're still shooting at that pack of cruisers, which is totally fine with me. That is just you guys just go right on ahead. Now, unfortunately, you got hit in the engine, and that's no bueno. So we're gonna detach you. You're going to veer off and smoke. And let's have you fire on this guy as you're leaving. fuck me, that really hurt. Alright, damn, that really hurt. In fact, I think you guys are going to not want to fight the big scary 10-inch gun guy. I think that's probably the case. So let's have you guys pop smoke and pop a U-turn. You guys are going to have to finish this dude off yourself, so you're going to go into brawl range, and you guys are doubling back. That's what we're going to have to do. Oh, because that's the big one right there. That's the big guy. That's the 7,000 tonner. So... Alright, so that takes care of that. Now, you guys... I've really torn up most of their ships, actually. This has been really good. At this point, I want to double these guys back and deal with that. Those are the smaller ships. You guys are coming back. Now this guy here, he's got like no ammo left. He's had a lot of losses. So let's detach you. And you're going to go off this way. You're just going to leave. Because you're not really doing any good for anybody right now. These guys have, yeah, they don't have very long torpedo ranges. Alright, so that's good. I mean, these guys... I would love to finish them off. I mean, we probably could. That guy sank. And so we'll just start whittling down these extra destroyers. Because I should be able to take them. Are you out of main gun? Oh, you're... Some of you guys are out of main gun ammo, aren't you? Oh, that's not great. Where's this guy at? He is still trying to GTFO. That's fine. Now, where are you at? You are also trying to GTFO, only slower. Alright, so you got yourself fixed. You're... Oh, I got this guy. Alright, so he's the one who's out of ammo. Okay, so he's fine. They're fine. Now these guys... Whew, how are we going to do this? So, I mean, these 3 cruisers are kind of beat up, but they're still in the fight. I could sail over there and try and take them out, which, I mean, isn't necessarily the end of the world. Got all these little destroyers over here, and these guys are kind of hit or miss. I wish I could just leave the battle right this minute. Because I did really good so far. But I don't think they're going to let me leave. But I've got enough ammo I can keep this up for a little bit. That battleship's going to be a problem. Now I could try to hit him, but he's 10 kilometers. I mean, I could. I've got the range. I could do it. You know what? Screw it. Alright, Mr. Battleship. We are going to lob the main guns at you. And secondary guns at these destroyers. You do not have the range for it. You do have the range for it. But you need to take out torpedo boats. That's 19 kilometers. That doesn't have the range for that. So you're gonna... I wish I had a top-down map where I could see where everybody was. So you're leaving, right? You're sticking around. You're doing all right. Oh, that's a follow. So this guy, he's the one who is... You also want to leave. You want to leave harder.
And how long before GPS was a thing?
GPS? Shit, this is like 1903. You got like 80 years.
Yeah. So I'm afraid no top-down maps.
No top-down maps, no. But I mean, you could... They would... so the Admiral had this guy called an attaché who would sit and plot things on a map, and he would take all the information from the lookouts and plot it out so the Admiral would have a general idea of where everybody's at. It wasn't super perfect, but it was...
Better than nothing.
Yeah. So, Admirals did get a top-down map. It just wasn't super real-time, but it was relatively alright. Alright, so those guys are going to get beat up. We may end up wiping out their whole fleet in this fight. Yeah, you're out of main gun ammo. Well, you're not completely. You got some shit ammo, but you're out of the 9-inch gun, so you're not really... And this guy... He's still trying to retreat. Now that battleship may have a little bit of trouble. Alright, here we go. Because he does not have a lot of armor, but he has big honking guns, which are really, really scary. And I'm not really a fan of that. But he does not have a lot of armor. On the bright side, I'm starting to tear down their ships pretty good. I don't know if I like these odds on... But his armor's so bad in a lot of places that I might be able to just burn him down. As long as I don't take too much damage in the process. Because he's got good main belt armor, but everywhere else they skimped on just to fit on these 13.6-inch guns. So I'm going to punish him for that. Okay, these guys...
Have you figured out if that lack of that deck armored thing is legit?
I don't know, because I mean this is early enough that I'm not hitting people from far away enough to get plunging fire. You know, because I tend to fight pretty close. I think it probably is, because I'm not seeing...
I have gone through an entire campaign, and I'm partway through a second one, and I have not put more than 0.1 inches of deck armor on anything.
And you haven't seen anything get hit in the deck yet?
No, haven't seen this. I've seen belt pens, but I have not seen a single deck pen.
Oh, this battleship's
I have
going
not
down.
I haven't had a massive number of ships, dying to the turrets popping off. Now, I've not seen anything to indicate that I'm taking deck pens.
All right, so here we go. At this point, I can end the battle. And this would be a big win. On the other hand, I've destroyed their fleet so bad that it wouldn't be that much more. They only have, what, 6, 8 more ships? And they're all probably pretty beat up. I could probably go through and mop them up, and maybe that's what I ought to do. And just wipe out the whole French fleet. I think I'm going to be greedy and just wipe them out. I hope I don't regret this. Let's see. Ammo check. I've got enough. I've got maybe enough. I'm running a little low, but I think I can do it. And then these guys, because a lot of these guys are really beat the hell up. And so my gut feeling is that I can... We're going to turn these guys around and get them from... Well, we're going to... I think we're going to finish them off, because they're hurting enough and moving slow enough that I think they are in a lot of trouble.
I am currently in the part of the game that I dislike the most.
Okay. Which part is
And
that?
at that phase, well, my tech is always behind until probably around the 1920s.
Yeah.
So everybody, I'm starting to see submarines on the field,
But
and
you don't.
I don't have any anti-sub tech at all.
Oh yeah, that's
So
always hard.
I literally cannot fight them. I can't defend against them. There's nothing I can do except hope they don't sink my battleships.
One of the things I was thinking of doing is I might focus anti-submarine tech. Um, I probably ought to do that instead of engines or small guns. All right, there we go. There we go. That's good. Now your destroyers are wanting to leave. I think that you should shoot at the destroyers. And we're going to at least sink all these cruisers. Yeah. Those destroyers might get away because I don't really have enough speed to catch them. I'm going to go this way and go that way. But I'm going to take out all their light cruisers. It's going to be a major victory. I didn't think I was going to be able to pull this off, to be honest. I'm a little surprised at the results. I thought I was going to just hit and run. This turned out to be a major victory. He doesn't have any torpedoes, and neither does he, so I don't have to worry about anything. I just need to... And these two destroyers, one of them has torpedoes, so I have to worry about that a little bit. So he's starting to get beat up a little bit. I'm going to have such a repair bill after this fight. At least it's a nice clear day, and thank God I have those American cage. Those American cage masks are just like the best thing ever. The spotting is such a big deal. Ooh, there we go. There's an engine hit, baby. There's an engine hit. Alright, so that destroyer's not going to get away. I think I just wiped out the main French Mediterranean fleet, which is really not what I was expecting. That's going to be pretty awesome. Alright, so he's sunk. One more destroyer left. And... oh, wow, yeah, you're not... I don't think you're getting away... I don't think you're getting away from me. Not at 6 knots. Alright, we did it! Holy crap, we did it! That was a long battle. We sank 36 ships, lost 228 guys, killed 5,500 of theirs.
Nicely done, sir.
I am really surprised. Everybody got their 25 experience, except for our 2 little spotter boats that ran away. Holy shit. I can't believe I did that. Wow. Wow. So that conquest is still working. That's... am I really, like, 100 tons short? Fucking really? Do I have any ships in the area? Anybody? Anybody? Bueller?
Is there a fishing trawler about?
Alright, so we are going to get the Bosporus. $134,000 tons! Holy shit, I need that much? Hell, I don't have that much tonnage. Holy crap. I'm gonna have to rethink this.
What do I look like? Somebody who starts with 100 battleships?
Holy... yeah, not on this game I didn't. Holy shit. Wow. That's, Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. I have... so if I combine my 2 fleets, that's 123,000. So I can combine the 2 fleets, and I'll have the 134,000 tons. So what we're going to do is I'm going to... alright, you know what? Fuck you, Ottoman Empire. We're going to do this. I'm going to invade your ass. And then I'm going to send these guys back to here to help get northern Greece and finish out conquesting the Dardanelles. And then I'll send my combined fleet back to kick your ass. And so my refits are done. We can resume all that. And I can start upgrading some of my other ships. 7 months on engines. I'd really like to get to work my way up the small guns. But you are right that the underwater stuff can be a problem, and it might be worth it to jack up my ASW early on to prevent torpedo problems later on. I mean, I'd like to get the Mark III guns, but I've at least got the Mark II 6-inch guns, so that's not the end of the world, I can at least do something there. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to stretch my legs, and I'll be right back. I'm going to think about what I want to do, but I think I ought to take your learn from your lesson and go start investing in anti-submarine warfare, because all you need is just a little bit of ASW, and then if you have a large enough fleet, you can deal with a stray submarine. Like even just having anti-submarine nets, torpedo nets would help. Anyway, I'll be right back.
I'm not sure, Mandy, but that kitten might be thinking thoughts. No, just regular old thoughts.
The tiniest meow.
Are thoughts where I stuff?
Alright, I'm back. So I think what I'm going to do... I think I'm going to turn off the small gun. Well, so that's the question. Small guns or engines? At least the Mark II guns put me in a reasonable shape. I could kill the engines and not worry about it. Take me from 7 months to 11 months.
Yeah.
What do you think, JP? Engines or sacrifice engines or sacrifice small guns?
I don't know what it means.
Oh, you're talking to one of your kids.
Really? Eh. I thought it was where you had tea with, opium mixed in. Hi.
Oh, hi. Yeah, when I first heard about high tea, I thought, oh, we smoking pot? I love this.
Let's do
Which
that.
that is not what it meant.
Alright,
But
so I
that's
think we'll
probably
sacrifice the
what
small guns for now.
Canadians can do that now.
Yeah. What are you looking for the next
legal
things
there.
between
So,
the engines and small guns there?
well, small guns I'm looking getting, the Mark II 7-inch and eventually the Mark II 8-inch. I mean, and that's gonna help.
I can have weed on me when I want it's the law. And it's like, apparently, I'm not allowed to distribute it.
All right, we're gonna
And also, he was far over.
We're gonna drag JP off the other channel for a moment there because his daughter's being loud, and there we go.
Yeah, like
All right,
or what are you getting next for engines? Is that going to be of
well, it's
any significance or?
so I'm getting the multiple expansion steam turbines, or steam engines rather. It's
Yeah.
it's a start. Then after that, I think I get the the steam turbines, and then after that I get the geared steam. So getting steam turbines is a big big
Yeah,
upgrade
but
for
remember,
speed.
remember right, the multiple expansion, you end up getting like multiple expansion 1, then multiple expansion 2,
Yeah,
and then you get the turbines.
yeah.
Remember
So I
correctly.
mean, yeah. So it helps, but you don't really see a big jump in engine performance until you get the turbine engines
Yeah.
or turbines, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Um, and then I'm going to use the geared turbine engines all the way through the end of the game. So I'm wondering if I just go for the anti-submarine warfare for now and sacrifice the engines and keep stacking guns, or if it's better to keep working on the engines so I can get some speed, because I'm going to be limited to about 20 knots until I get something better. Which isn't awful. You know, the real question is just what do I mean, the Mark III guns are nice. Although, really, it's when I start getting the better, getting TNT and get out of gun cotton that things really start getting better. So I feel like I could probably sacrifice the engines. At some point, the difference between the Mark II and the Mark III starts to get kind of weird and take up extra space. But there's just so many small guns to go through, and they do make a range difference. And getting the 7 and 8 inch guns make a big range difference, but at least with the Mark II 6-inch guns, that's... I can get the Mark II 6.9s, that's at least something. So maybe we'll try this. Let's go through and see what upgrades I can do right now, because I've got... I can try upgrading a Freedom ship, because these guys need a lot of help. And let's see what I can do with one of these. Now the problem is that, when I upgrade, I don't think I can fit, so I have to take those guns off. So it will let me put little... So I could put those guns on. I don't think it'll let me scooch this back any forward or any further back. Oh, this... I wonder if I can scooch this... Fuck. Oh, that's right. I have to... So I can do that. That gives me a little bit more turning space. And then I can put 2.9s on here. Alright, so let's just sort of check out. Go coincidence 2, balisite. We're still stuck at gun cotton. We can go with the capped armor piercing, which would be nice, and the soft cap, because we're going to be very for killing cruisers. Reinforced bulkheads. Anti-flood takes up a lot of... Then we get some back with Harvey. Triple expansion. Hydraulic steering. Okay, so... Oh, that's interesting. Look, I can put... I can put 2.9s up there. I've got... These are the 5.9s. Oh, those are just regular 6s. Can I make these... I can. And then the 11s, I don't know if I can make these 11.9s or not. Now up here, I think I'm losing this front 5-inch. I don't think I can... Yeah, that's not... So I'm losing this front gun here. I can even go 12-inch. Now if I go 12-inch guns... Let's see how this all works. So you can still shoot. You can still shoot. So the 5.9s. Now, instead of going with all the... Well, because with the 6.9s, I can put these extra guns up top. You're limited a little bit. If I put you up top there... Can't really do anything about this. So that's... And then anything I do up here is going to just interfere with that gun. So this is really... That's really what it is. I can increase the length on those 4s. There's a 12.9. That gives me a big... Now if I take you off, that gives me much better field of fire. And I think it is probably worth it. I don't know quite how those are going to fire through there, but I guess it'll work. You know, I could try to put some... I could try to put some 2.9s, and that's not really going to fit. Because I don't want to block the 5-in, you know, the 5.9s. So this might actually be pretty okay how it is. I need more armor on the guns. And I need some more armor up front. That's perfect. That's really perfect. I still have great engine efficiency. All this stuff is nice. I don't care about the... Now, can I get barbette 2? I could, but now my aft weight's a little bit wonky. Alright, so what's the difference? This is... Let's go check flash fire chances. So I've got a 47.8, holy shit. Or I have a 43, which is still holy shit. So either way, it kind of sucks. I could try to take you and scooch you forward. And then that balances it out. So having this as sort of a little stabilizer is really great. I'm sure these guns are way too big for what I'm packing. I'm sure that I'm not supposed to have guns this big on here. That flash fire chance is huge. But fuck it. Can I get better tower? No. It's a medium cage mass 3. That's as good as it's going to get. These are all Mark II guns now, which is really sexy. And let's go increase our turret armor, because I don't want these things cooking off. Because all the rest of the stuff is actually pretty good. I'm tempted to play the whole not worry about top armor stuff. You know, if what JP's saying is right, but I don't know.
Over Panzergraph did his little testing videos and
Yeah.
basically found out it was, you know, basically there's no such thing as deck hits.
Yeah. Well, I'm worried about the top of the turrets.
Yeah, but yeah, the top of the turrets, that might be a different matter.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have...
I've seen nothing to suggest that it's different, because I've been putting .1 armor on the tops of my turrets as well.
I'm gonna leave it for now because it's balanced.
That's I use the deck and the deck purely for balancing purposes.
Yeah. So it's a 4-month refit, which
it's like the armor for deck on casemates. I leave that alone, but turret tops, I will shave.
So you do the top.
That's a lot of weight saving.
So you do the top armor for casemates, but not for turrets.
Correct. I like having it on the casemates. I haven't tested that yet.
That's
Now,
interesting.
Have you noticed any problem with does that include secondary guns not having the armor on top as well? Secondary
That is
guns
correct.
and
I have done
turrets.
it. I've done it with secondary guns as well, and still not seeing any problems.
Yeah, because secondary guns is where you really end up, especially the turret-mounted ones. That's where you can really end up with
a lot of
crew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think I like this load. It's a 4-month refit. I'm upgrading from Mark 1 11-inch guns to Mark 2 12.9s, and then I've got I'm losing one of my 5-inch gun turrets, but and I'm losing a couple of 2.9s, but I'm getting these big honking guns, and I think it'll be all right. So I think we're gonna go with this, and they're still slower than I'd like, but until I get much better engines, there's not really much point. I mean, 18 knots sucks, but it's a battleship, so fuck it. Alright. So we got that. Can I refit one of these? I can. I can refit a bunch of these, actually. Now, the other option is I could spend the next few turns refitting... Let's see what the tiny jalapeno says. This holds it together. That actually works all right. Coincidence 2. I need to figure out how to not be so heavy. Probably the smart thing to do would be to drop some range. I think that's the smart thing to do. And because now I've got, what is it, 5.9s, 6.9, 9. I've got a weird assortment of guns, but this thing works surprisingly well. Or I could get rid of the torpedo protection if I want to keep the range, but I think this is probably alright. Let's see. 20.6 jacks up the weight quite a bit. 300, that's an extra 400 tons for 0.1. No, it's not worth it. I can try to increase belt armor or superstructure. Start by increasing belt armor. So that's as much as I can do belt-wise. I can't... If I want more forward belt, I can't... there's not an easy way to do that. I guess I could stick like a torpedo or something on the back. And then that would let me have more belt armor. But I really don't want a torpedo on the back, because that's just something that'll get shot up and blown up. I can get more superstructure. Oh, that makes me a little bit more unstable. But not by a lot. I mean, this isn't a really stable ship to begin with. So now my superstructure is really hot, or really heavy. I'm a little bit rolly, but I guess this isn't bad. It's a 1-month refit. This isn't bad. And now that I have all these Mark II guns, this will be a lot more effective, I think. I really don't like this pitch and roll. These things are so wobbly. But the range is still solid. Yeah, I mean 12,000 kilometers, that's pretty good. Alright, let's do it. These patrol ships... Let's see how these are going to work out, because these are going to be pretty good, I think. Go Coincidence 2. It's 8 tons. And these are 5.9s, which is fine. And we're just going to drop a little bit of... I would be tempted to drop top armor on the turrets. Now you say that, and that's kind of a gamble though. If I were to drop top armor on the turrets, well that puts me right there.
Embrace the challenge. Don't be afraid.
Huh.
Drink the Kool-Aid.
Oh, we go Barbette 2 even.
The Kool-Aid is delicious, Mitchell.
Oh, then I start getting off balance a little bit.
I actually prefer hard cider, but you know. Strangely enough, I came over a reminder there today of where the phrase "drink the Kool-Aid" came from.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, certain incident, a certain occurrence that happened down in the Guyana.
This is very interesting. If I drop too much of this weight, then I end up getting an aft offset, and then I have to figure out how I'm gonna, because this can't scooch forward anymore. I'd have to move these forward, which would then limit my... Maybe I can do that.
Want to hear something wild, Mitchell?
What now?
I said, you want to hear something wild?
What's that?
laid in bed. I laid in bed and listened to the radio, to KGO 81 out of San Francisco, as that entire incident unfolded.
Ooh.
And they were talking about it for hours.
Now, which incident?
Where the phrase ""Don't drink the Kool-Aid" came from, the Jim Jones
Oh, Jesus.
People's Temple event.
Made him
That's
drink.
what the cyanide was mixed in.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah. Let's see. When did that happen?
Oh my
That was
God!
like-
Really? It's a 2-month refit now. If I bejigger this thing around. Oh, come on! You got... Okay, there we go. Now it's a 1-month refit. Okay. I was gonna get really mad.
If I remember correctly, that was Jimmy Carter administration, and if it was anytime after, like, mid 77, then I was already in the Navy, and I remember hearing about it and seeing news reports and such, but you know, let's just say I was kind of occupied with other things there.
Yeah. All right, so that worked all right. I got my patrol boat, and the Guardian. I need to. So this guy's gonna be interesting because I did weird stuff with this guy. I go coincidence 2, which is gonna make me too heavy. And then I need to drop some.
Time to go get something else to drink here.
There we go. So I could do that, which is, I'm really nervous about having thin top armor, but it's still not that bad. Alright, so it's a 1 month refit, so that's not awful. Oh wait, this is still using white powder. Oh, balisite really... Alright, we're gonna... Oh, that's... So changing to balisite makes it a 2 month refit, really? And then what happens if I... Oh, then that makes it back down to a 1 month refit, alright. No, now it's 2 months. What the fuck? Would you make up your mind if you want a 1 month or 2 month refit, game? Come on. Let's try it again. The game is really arbitrary sometimes over the changing the refit lengths. Coincidence. Do that. All right, we're gonna try that. All right, I'm gonna risk it with the thin top armor. These guys mostly be hunting cruisers anyway. Can't believe it's only a 1 month refit at 11,000 tons. All right, whatever. Alright, so there we are. Now the big problem is going to be refitting the Freedom ships, because that's going to take some time. But if I have some other stuff coming along, you know, some shells, in 7 months, I'll have the better engines. and I can throw those on the Freedom ships to try and get better performance. Maybe that'll do it. Alright, so we are going to refit one Freedom ship. I mean, I could always suspend all the tiny jalapenos that I'm building and refit the ships that I've got. Let me see something really quick. I've got... Oh, I need to get more ships out there to go and... Yeah, so I can't really afford to... I can't afford to dick around with these guys. So you guys need to get your asses right into here. Throw another 100,000 tons and make sure that we America fuck yeah these guys. Patrol boat versus... I don't know, 1899 patrol boat. I mean, that's not awful. But these are still... Those still Mark 1 guns. No, I really don't want to do that. So what I might do is I might suspend... I'm going to suspend all these tiny jalapenos real quick. And that gives me a little bit more tonnage. So... Because these are 1 month, so let's go refit you guys. I've actually got a lot of these in the works. So I could do a number of them, and then these patrol boats, I've got a whole crap ton of them that I can do. So this is going to be, let's say, 85,000 tons. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Do like 10 of these. How are we doing here? 197. These patrol boats are... Let's go do one of these. And how are we... So we hit the money right there. Now what we could also do is I could also refit some of these torpedo boats. But to be honest, the torpedo boats I'm using as scouts, and I just want them to be cheap. And so I don't think I'm going to refit the torpedo boats until anti-submarine warfare comes out, and then we'll do a little something on them. So I think that's what we're going to do.
I don't believe torpedo boats get an ASW rating.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they do or not, but I'm not using these guys to fight anyway.
Right.
I know they can get, like, minesweeping stuff. I thought they could get...
That they can.
I thought they'd get something. Alright, so we're going to do that. And... so this is pretty good. Not great, but it's pretty good. I'm not really sure where else to... those cruisers are blocking stuff off. That is a light cruiser there. Oh, you are hurt. You're a little bit hurt, aren't you? But what I could do... I could go attack you. Maybe I can get to you. Is that 20, 82? Alright, so my army's doing something useful. Look at that. Holy crap. Army's doing something useful. Alright, so... I know, right? That's pretty good. So we're going to leave that kind of alone. And then over here... what I'm tempted to do... I'm tempted to take... that's still Southeast Asia. I'm tempted to have all you guys... have these guardians and stuff all go back to Manila. And refit.
Hey, Bob, I have a request.
Okay.
When you finally decide to give Dreadnought Improvement Project a try,
Uh-huh.
will you make a standalone video of the installation,
I will.
start to finish?
Yeah, I'll do a
I would appreciate it.
Yeah, if you know, when I eventually get around to it, I will do a standalone video for it. I don't know when that's...
I want to try Dip Extended, which is the one that unlocks the minor nations as playable.
Right.
But it's not quite ready yet. That one's still getting worked on. And this latest big thing that they did for Dip has caused, a nice little chunk of bugs, as most things like this do. So they're working through, knocking those down.
Right. Ooh, this is a problem here.
And then once they get the bugs knocked down, he's going to be working on Dip Extended, and that's the one I want to try playing. Is
Okay.
Dip Extended, because I want to play, like the Ottomans and Greece and the Netherlands. That really intrigues me.
Here's a question for you. My 6 freedom ships and some patrol boats versus 12 heavies and 4 light cruisers and torpedoes. I'm gonna try it. I don't think this is gonna go well, but it might. I've got full ammo, and I'm tired of you sinking my ship.
The freedom ships aren't invasion only, right?
No, these are fighting ships. The problem is these are the original ones, so they only have the Mark 1 weapons. They're not... I mean, they've got a bunch of Mark 2 2.9s. They're big and tanky, but he's kicking the crap out of my transports, and I don't think I have don't think I have much of a choice. So we're gonna try it, and then I'll probably wrap up because it is getting kind of late. Granted, we're closed tomorrow. I mean, it's appointment only. I'm still gonna go in and get some work done. Freedom ships versus Ottoman Empire ships. It's probably worth it just to sink these guys. Because the Ottomans are really my major adversary in this game.
I remembered incorrectly, or, well, yeah, it looks like you got significant advantage in numbers, but seem to remember you.
Those guys, those are Mark III guns.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You went against them earlier tonight,
and it sucked. Yeah. But I've got. The difference is instead of having, I mean, I've got these Mark I 11-inch guns. They're slow. Granted, I'm slow. I think I've got enough firepower I can take him out. I'm going to try it because I saved the game and I can always redo it.
Yeah, remember right, the other fight, it was 4 cruisers against 2 cruisers, and...
Yeah.
Yeah. But, yeah, I think, yeah, in this case, quantity is going to outweigh quality there.
I hope so. Alright, so what we're going to do is we are going to have you guys follow them. You are going to retreat. Oh, these guys are beat up. Oh, well, that's... Alright, well... Now, these guys are the fastest. So, we're going to have you guys... screen for you. And then you guys are going to follow these guys. And maybe... Oh, the battleships got really screwed up, didn't they? Alright, damn it. They got 3 of them. Yeah, these are the Mark III guns. They are. With good armor. I mean... I could wait till I out... whatever them. Alright, you guys are going to go off that way. I mean, maybe what I need to do is just have these tiny jalapenos. You know what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have you guys just keep balling in. I'll have you guys go this way. We're gonna try and envelop them. You guys gonna stay at range. These guys are reasonably fast. So close range I can brawl them down. I'd like to get my battleships more up in there. Alright, so you guys are going to try and get ahead of them, and you guys are going to... I'm going to try and get these guys to sort of turn around, move into... taking a lot more damage than I really want to be taking.
How much damage was it that you wanted to take?
None. But
Yeah.
there we go. But as long as I can get the... But I am turning them into where my battleships are going to brawl. Alright, so now you're trying to double back because you're not liking the freedom ships. Alright. So now we're starting to cook with some gas here. Alright, can we maybe just pick one and shoot at it? Let's just have everybody shoot that guy. Yeah, so you're doing fine. Alright, so he's getting burnt down. Okay, you're still burning on him. That's good. You guys are working on the front guy. And hopefully he's going to sink soon. Alright, so... Alright, you're going to just nail into this dude here and get all of the... And you're just going to focus him. Alright, so that's good. You guys are doing fine. You're going to turn, and the freedom ships. Really want you to still keep at least putting your secondary guns into him. You still have torpedoes, you have no torpedoes, you still have torpedoes, so that's a bit of a problem. Alright, so you don't have any more torpedoes, so that's good. And you don't, so you're the only one with torpedoes left, so secondaries on you. You keep firing at him. And let's just... I mean, because now that I'm in the brawl, now it's going to be all right. Alright, so this worked out alright. Once we kind of got them crippled, that was alright then.
Those tiny jalapenos really are a handsome ship, aren't they?
I like them. I think they are great. I'm not sure if Turpitz appreciates it as much, but I think they are quite worthwhile ships. And Saint 2.9 is still the hero, but just barely. I mean, once I get close enough to hit accurately, those 11-inch guns are nice. And the remake with the Mark II 12.9 is going to be really, really sweet. Alright, so that worked alright.
Are those super heavy shells for those, or heavy shells
Yeah, they're
for
the
the 11?
yeah, they're the heavy. Yeah, I always use heavy shells. I'm American. Um, right, so that worked out all right. And we'll go sink some transports. 6, that's not bad. We're going to leave. Thank you. Now you're going to leave. And... Alright. Now, my guys, I know one of them's hurt. So let's be a little careful on this fight. You are going to retreat. And you guys... I'm going to try and... I don't know. No, these tiny jalapenos are nice, especially the remade ones. I think are going to be really good.
How long is the Freedom ship refit?
It's
How long does that take to...
It's only 4 months. I mean, it's not great, but it's not bad. And what I might do...
Yeah, I'm thinking you need to get those in and get that done before anything else.
Well, the Freedoms are good enough, and most of what I'm doing is fighting other small cruisers and stuff, so I think... If I can get all the tiny jalapenos done, and then when, by the time I get everything else refitted, maybe the better engines will be ready, and I can do another refit on the Freedom ship. And get a faster refit with the better engine.
That would be handy.
Yeah, because most of my fights are with my cruisers. Oh, you're going 19. Oh, you're faster than me. Shit. Shit balls.
Whoops-a-doodle.
That's, he's got pretty decent armor. Just Mark 1 guns, though.
Man, the AI has done one hell of a job with the Americans in this campaign.
What
They
are they?
had over 500. They had over 500 ships in 1905.
That sounds very American. $1905, though, that's very early.
Yeah, they were doing good on tech. They were already in 2,000-ton destroyers.
Wow. Alright, let's get in closer.
And now in 1915, after 10 years of war, now they've got subs.
Yeah, I'm definitely starting
I'm
the...
not loving it.
I'm definitely starting the anti-submarine research early.
I hate that little phase, that little section of the game. Usually runs for a few years. If I'm lucky, I can manage to be at peace through it. But I
Yeah.
hate that little phase of the game where I'd have no defense.
You're doing a good job kiting me around, but you're slowing down. Oh yeah, I got you now. I probably need to bring my computer into the shop tomorrow and figure out why my solid state drive's running a little on the hot side. Because I don't want it to burn out. I may redo the cooling, have Mike take a look at my computer, because even though I'm the one who taught Mike how air cooling works, he has a gift for making things run a lot colder than they should. All right. That worked out pretty well. This is going to be a pain in the ass fight. So I'm going to stretch my legs real quick, and I'm going to contemplate my life decisions, because that's a lot of fucking ships. It's a lot of slow ships that are not very big. But some of these are the big ones. Like, these are the big, scary ones. So I don't know. I don't know how that's going to work out, but I'll be right back.
Hey, Mitchell, you are an educated fellow. Have you heard of that metal? I think it's called galvanium or something like that, that turns liquid at like 78 degrees.
Oh, I was muted.
I
I
thought you might
haven't
have
heard.
stepped away.
Yeah, I haven't heard. I haven't heard anything about anything called galvanium, but I think there's a couple elements. I think like gallium that is
That might have been it.
liquid at room temperature there.
Well, it's not quite room temperature. You have to heat it a little bit. It has to be like 78, 79 degrees. Because if your room is, your 72-degree air conditioned room, it is solid. So it's not quite as low a melting point as mercury, but it has a weird interaction with aluminum uh, when it's in its liquid state. And I just saw a YouTube video on it, and it blew my mind.
Yeah, I think I've seen a video along the same line right there. So I can't remember
Well,
exactly what was described, but
what the guy did is he glued this like plastic, you know, almost like a super tall washer on the side of an aluminum baseball bat, and he scuffed up the bat, and he poured the liquid galvanium or whatever it is on into the little circle, which was right above the scuffed area, and he left it sit overnight. And this metal literally bonded with the aluminum of the bat, and you could just barely see a change in the color of the bat, where it had basically infiltrated the material of the bat. And next day, he knocked uh, the little ring off, and rubbed it down and let it sit for another like 8 hours, and then he whacked it against the tabletop, and the metal bat shattered like glass. Where the aluminum had been infiltrated, it literally became as fragile as glass.
tomorrow I might make a roast. That might be kind of cool. Alright, I need to be able to sink these guys, because these are a big threat. But damn, that's a lot of ships. These guys are veterans, though. Seasoned, regular, and these guys are green. So I've got a bit of an advantage, but these guys are a little on the older side, but they're still tough. Alright. This is going to be a little bit tricky. Actually, I'm going to turn off the air conditioner. Give me one more second. Forgot I had the air conditioner in the server room turned on. It's getting a little cold in here. So yeah, this will be a little tricky because they've got a lot of ships. But these aren't their newest ships. So maybe it won't be so bad. Alright, so they've got 12 heavies, 4 lights. I wish it was the other way around. Then 8 tiny things, 8 ankle biters. Alright, so my light cruisers can take their light cruisers, I think. My battleships can probably hold their own against their heavies. My torpedo boats are going to run away. My lights are going to go after their ankle biters. I think that's what we're going to do. Alright, so you guys are going to follow that. And you're going to... And then these guys here... These only have 2... I mean, these are 3.9s. They're not awful. These are Mark IIs with... Oh! Oh! These are the P-class. So these are small recon boats, but they have a reasonably long range, so I could have them sit in the background and just yeet stuff at 9 kilometers and maybe just kind of set some fires or cause a little trouble. Alright, I'm going to let you guys stay. You're only cadets, but that's okay. I'll let you stay. I'll probably regret it, but we'll let you guys stay. So we've got these raiders. Whoops. Let's do the 4, 5, 6. Let's get the battleships out first. And then we have these patrol boats. Alright, so how are we going to do this? My raiders need to scout and figure out what's up. But the patrol ships have a longer spotting range than the raiders do. So the patrol boats can scout and then turn back. But then again, my battleships have a really long range spotting because they're gigantic American cage mast towers. So what I think I'll do is I'm going to have you follow them. I'm not even going to have you screen, I'm going to have you follow. And turn those off. And you're going to follow behind these guys, because I want you kind of lagging behind. I don't want you to get shot at. Oh, they didn't. Alright, that's whatever. It's going to be kind of a mess. Because I've got, these are the Mark II 2.9s. Alright, so we're going to have you turn hard that way. And we're going to have you turn. I'm going to have you turn. I'm going to have you guys turn. We're just going to go off to the side, and we're just going to chillax for a little bit. Until we see what they're going to do. Because you haven't actually spotted me yet. Now you guys have pretty good armor. You've got a lot of pretty good armor. These are Mark IIs, those are Mark 1s. So these guys aren't like a super big threat. But they're going to be a little tough. Ouch. Now I kind of want to get a little bit closer, because these are all Mark 1 guns, so I do need to get a little bit closer to make this work. We're going to save you for once the battle gets committed. Actually, no, because the torpedo boats are going to be coming out this way soon. Actually, you know what I can do? I can, since we're not really aimed or anything, I'm just going to throw stuff at the wall. What's the range on these things? 16 kilometers. We're going to throw stuff. How long till you I'm going to throw stuff there. Alright, that's fine. Because those guys are really just on standby for when the destroyers show up. Alright, here are destroyers. Hello, destroyers. I don't know. I don't know if we can. Oh, look at these two ships all clustered up. Can we maybe hit you? That'd be really nice if we could do that. You guys are still out of range. Alright, so then we're not getting any secondary hits like that. So we're just gonna have you go after that, you're gonna go after that. You're gonna kinda hang out and wait for them to get close. You're kinda hanging out. You're hanging out. What are you aiming at? You're aiming over here. You're not really hitting anything, but alright, whatever. And then we're still waiting. What's the range on these torpedoes here? You've got 1.1, and you've got 0.9, so it's no big deal. Ain't no thing. You guys are going after the... Have you turn around. And you'll just kind of double back. So we're not really... Alright, so let's put the main guns at you, because we're not really doing a great job with the secondaries, and we're beating up the destroyers, but... You have a range of 10 kilometers, essentially. So I could fire at these torpedo boats with some effectiveness. Or I could just start pumping and try and finish off that. Oh, well, we got a hit on you. Good. 11-inch gun hit. Nice. We don't have very good to hits on you, do we? Let's just fire secondaries into there. I'm going to let my light ships deal with the destroyers. And I think you guys are going to double back. And... their torpedo boats are really kind of far away. They don't seem to be going... They got plenty of fuel. Alright, you guys... What's your range? Your range is 10.8 kilometers. I want to fire this light cruiser there. And this has a 11.1 kilometers. Alright, well that's getting a lot of nice juicy hits. So that's good. All those torpedo boats and everything are just far away. Maybe just don't worry about them for a bit. There's 11 kilometers. And I've got pretty good hits on this guy. Let's go turn around. Oh man, really? Really? We had to have fog? Really? Are you sure we have to have fog? It says clear weather, so why is it all foggy as shit? Come on. At least you guys can see something now, so that's good. I'm not even sure what we're firing at anymore. I can't quite tell. Alright, please fire at the light cruiser. Now let's have you fire at the heavy cruiser. And you guys just shoot whatever you can shoot at. Alright. That's the plan. Oh, that all went far away, didn't it? Here, let's have the main gun shoot at you. In fact, let's just put everything at you. Almost be tempted to just have you guys just follow these patrol ships, because they're not going to be that out of the way. And I don't want to... We're going to have you follow these guys just to make it easier. In fact, we're going to have you guys follow them too. And this will just make it nice and easy peasy lemon squeezy, right? Hopefully we can tear this guy up pretty quick, but he's... surprisingly resilient. Are there any clusters that I can fire into? Let's fire into that cluster. Alright, there we go. Let's have you fire at him, and you guys are just shooting at whatever. And you guys shoot at him. What a messy fight. Good thing these freedom ships are tough. At least they're tough. 'Cause they are sure taking a lot of incoming damage. Alright, I want you. You're gonna fire at him. And you're gonna fire at him. You guys, so you're firing into them, you're firing into them, and you, these main guns are aimed, and those guys are all aimed at this dude. I don't know if he's gonna... I don't know if he's going to last a lot longer. Let's put the main guns into you and see if we can land some hits. I'm surprised you are still standing. You're still floating. You are going for a torpedo run, aren't you? You are. Alright. Come here, asshole.
Now, don't be flinging torpedoes at Bob.
Yeah, we're gonna... You know, we're gonna put all of my guns at you. Let's do that. I'll have you do that. You're gonna have a bad day because you just acquired my attention. Yeah, that's not gonna work well for you. Aw, yeah. Come get some. Alright, now we have a problem over here because you are starting to shoot at my other ships. And these guys were all happy to just hang out, but we're gonna go accelerate because I don't want to get shot at so much. Alright, there we go. So he's down. So now you guys are going to shoot that guy in particular. I want you to shoot at him. So I want you to shoot at him also, actually. There we go. There we go. How do you like that? I know, right? That really sucks. Oh, look at all those numbers. Oh, the horror.
And I see the helicopter is beginning to release the turkeys, and they're coming down. And they're coming down rather rapidly. Oh, God! Turkeys can't fly! Oh, the humanity!
Was that from the KJRP in Cincinnati or whatever it was?
Yes, WKRP.
WKRP in Cincinnati. I remember that. I was a little kid, and I'm sure I just saw a rerun. I don't know what year that would have been, but turkeys can't fly.
Yeah, Les Nessman's idea of a Thanksgiving event for
Yeah.
for the nation.
Yeah, this is going to be really bad for you. Fortunately, I was able to outmaneuver their ships that are somehow like these guys, like all the way over there. I don't know how they are in such a bad position.
Remember, right? That was in the mid '70s when I was still in high school. That's how ancient that shit was.
Yeah, I mean, I probably saw a rerun because it would have been like early '80s that I saw it.
Yeah. I remember afterwards, old Les Nessman was saying, "As God is my witness, I thought didn't realize domestic turkeys couldn't fly."
Alright, so this cruiser shit show here is...
I worked with a guy at the theater in Crescent City, California, in the early mid 2000s, and he happened to be in our Kmart for the brief 2-year span that our little town had a Kmart, and at the Little Caesars that was in the Kmart, and had lunch with Lonnie Anderson, who he ran into randomly in the store, and asked her to have lunch with him at the Little Caesar, and she did.
That's awesome.
personally, I thought Bailey from the show was cuter, but that was just me. I was more prone to brunettes than blondes.
All right. So did these guys sink, or did I just lose sight of them? Because that's my concern. Is I just lost sight of them. So we're gonna have you double back and scout. And then you guys are going to just keep on.
If the silhouette's blanked out at the top of the screen, it means you just don't have sight of them there.
Well, I don't know if I sank them or not. I mean
I don't know if they were sunk, it eventually disappear. Usually when you got the silhouette up there and it's just like blacked out, a real dark gray like that, it means they're still in one piece. You just can't see them.
That's what I'm thinking. 'Cause this fog is making it very difficult. But I'm gonna send over a cruiser investigate. Oh, I do not want to send over a cruiser investigation squad because these guys are coming, and that's gonna be bad. Because I don't want to fight those guys yet. So we're gonna hard no that one, and let's go kill off all these ankle biters first before we. Why, overpenned with high explosive shells on a light cruiser. Yeah, because I don't want to go near the heavy cruisers yet until I clean out all this stuff. And if those guys are still alive, they're so beat up that they're not going anywhere anyway. One thing that is nice about these Freedom ships is they are tough. Why are you firing a 11-inch gun at a torpedo boat? That seems a little bit... How about you fire the big guns at the big ships and the little guns at the little ships?
Well, I could agree with the captain's sentiments. Suffer not the torpedo boat to live.
Yeah, but
Yes, I was gonna say that maybe that torpedo boat captain called his mother a bad word.
alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to fire big guns at those things, and then you can fire your secondaries at the torpedo boats, because that's what your secondaries are for. And you guys are going to keep... I guess I could have you guys fall back in line behind the patrol ships. It'll be alright.
Yeah. The captain of that battleship just decided he wanted to make doubly sure that some angels got their wings there.
That's right. Are these torpedo boats low on fuel? I don't think they are. They just don't seem to be moving that fast. I mean, whatever.
Yeah, back at the beginning of the stream tonight, JP made the comment that
every time you sink a torpedo boat, an angel gets its wings.
Yeah, every time you kill a destroyer captain, an angel gets its wings, which I guess the same thing could be applied to torpedo boats as well, since they're destroyer captains in training.
All right, so we're gonna.
That must have been Vorgath.
I don't think it was Wargath.
I don't remember saying that. Of course, I don't remember what I had for dinner yesterday. So,
Yeah.
meh.
No, I was the one that made that comment. You know.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. I just telling you like you weren't around at the beginning of the stream, so you didn't hear it there.
Yeah, no, I wasn't. That's a pretty cool one. Well, what he's doing is he's ringing the ship's bell.
Yeah, there we go. So you guys are gonna go there, and you got. Oh,
Now
look, the weather cleared up. All of a sudden, they're like the fog clears. Like, where'd all our torpedo boats go?
they went into that fog bank and now they're gone.
Call Adrian Barbeau. The fog has come back.
Alright, so he's gonna. Oh, there goes.
Oh hell, what was that movie? Probably about '04, '06, somewhere along in there, and it was based on that Stephen King short where it was heavy fog and the aliens were in the fog from another dimension.
I remember seeing clips of it and advertisements for it, but I can't remember what the name of it was.
I don't know.
I was working at the theater in Crescent City at that time, and I remember that movie had more people basically declaring the ending of that movie completely fucked up than any movie
Oh, they're
that I've
running.
ever witnessed.
These guys are running. I
The
don't.
ending of that movie got more comments than any movie ever.
I wonder if I should have these. So 21 knots. I could have them try to cut around this way and push them. Here's what we're gonna have you guys go there. Have you guys just go straight into them. Alright, so only 3 heavy cruisers left. These guys are all gonna die. Or get unalived, or at least get sunk. I mean, honestly, the sailors may just bail out, hopefully. In fact,
That's right. They always bail out.
they always, like G.I. Joe, I'm going to encourage them to just bail out from their ships. I think that would be a very productive use of their time. Would be to just bail out, and I will totally rescue them. Yeah, your 10-inch guns aren't so fancy now that you're fighting battleship armor. Hey, Bubba. Never actually met a French man named Bubba, but you know.
Yeah, finding a Frenchman named Bubba is kind of like finding an actual Vietnam citizen named Charlie.
Yeah. Ah.
Oh, did you happen to see that one news story that came out like 2 or 3 days ago to where basically, France is in such rough shape they might have to ask for a bailout from like the
Yeah,
International Monetary Fund.
yeah. I heard that France and UK are having some problems there. It's almost like increasing your population through mass immigration of low-skilled workers doesn't actually help that much.
And also donating millions of euros to a war you're not supposed to be a part of.
Well, France likes colonizing places. I mean, the big
Those
problem
euros were already spent. Those don't count.
the big problem is that whenever you import lots of low skill labor, it doesn't actually boost it might boost your GDP on paper, but it doesn't actually increase your net economic output. Because low skill labor can generally be replicated through automation more efficiently, and it's so it's sort of unfortunate for them. But they're also because they're so massive on their social welfare programs and stuff that it's just not. All right, so these guys are running away from my battleships, which is not what I want. I
I
want
wonder how
them.
Germany's doing
Um,
economically, because they were in austerity before COVID, and everybody in Europe had been making fun of them because they were running austerity for years before COVID, and then COVID hit, and everybody's economy, staggered over to the curb and had a sit down, and Germany went, that stings, and went right on trucking.
so the big problem that Germany's having is that when the Russians totally never blew up their own pipeline, and Germany's energy costs doubled because, of course, Germany shut down all their nuclear plants and coal plants, and then it turns out that their green energy plants are too expensive. A lot of their industry's been having a lot of trouble, according to my friend who lives in Munich. So they're actually having a little bit of trouble.
But not anywhere near what Britain and France are.
Well, so the
Oh,
German economy is having enough trouble that they're definitely having conflicts between, let's say, the German population and the immigrant population, and there have been reports of the immigrant population talking about starting a race war, which we all know what happened the last time Germany got into a race war. So I don't quite know how that's going to work out. Germany does not seem to be as bad off as France and England, though. But my understanding is that their far right party is making gains. The AF, the Deutschland
Yeah,
for Germans party or whatever it's called.
yeah, the AFD.
Yeah, so there's definitely stuff happening. Alright, so
Yeah.
at this point, my torpedo boats are. You guys are almost out
I
of
wonder
ammo.
how
You are
I
out
wonder
of.
how Germany's social programs stack up against Britain and France's.
I am not sure.
I know they're single payer health care. I know they have that.
Basically, as far as AFD is concerned, basically from what I've gathered, watching everything that was going on over there, calling AFD far right is about the same as calling Donald Trump far right. Yeah.
Right. Well, but Germany is so skewed to the left compared to America, or I mean, it'd be like calling Donald Trump far right compared to like Serbia. I mean, hell, compared to Serbia, Russia's far, is super liberal. So I mean, it's all just a matter of perspective. Oh, you guys are going. They turned away from you guys. Let's go start the circle. I mean, Germany's still very German. I think they maybe don't have quite the perspective on. I think my understanding is that there is a disconnect between what the people want and what the leadership wants. But that seems to be the case with most of Europe and America and most countries everywhere. So I'm not quite sure what's going to happen with them, but I think that I know that their economy is in recession. Ooh, that's not what I wanted to have happen. Yeah, you took a bigger hit than I really wanted you to take. Let's... But, they were already having problems before the war because, they've been shutting down their... Please fire at that. They've been shutting down their nuclear and, any of their they've been shutting down any of their non-wind and solar plants, and then all of a sudden they're having enough energy problems, they're having to fire up their old coal plants again because they're having trouble.
As in a certain pipeline went bye-bye.
Well, I mean...
Yeah.
Germany spent a long time developing tight economic relations with Russia, and my understanding from my friend in Munich is that the German business community still wants to have closer ties with Russia. Let's have you turn around and pop smoke, and you guys just keep on pounding them.
Yes, somehow I think after the events like the past 4 years, much less the last 20 or so, that might be a little bit difficult to get back to that stage there.
Well, so the German businessmen still want to have close relations with Russia, is my understanding, but the government obviously does not. And like I said, there's, the story of Europe is a big disconnect between what the people want and what the government wants. And every time they vote for a different government, some coalition is formed of all the losing parties because their parliamentary system, that the leading party still doesn't ever get to represent the people. And, Europe is having a lot of problems, and I think they're going to... Let's just put all the guns into you, and... Europe is having a lot of problems. Ooh, that was a nasty hit that I don't want to take. Speaking of problems...
Yeah, the way I've heard one guy put it was, yeah, the elite ruling class in Europe hasn't realized that they no longer rule half the world anymore.
Yeah, well, and with a lot of the... Ouch. Alright, so you guys got too close. And I think it is time for you guys to retreat. And retreat. And retreat. I think that's what we're going to do. Well, I mean, Europe hasn't ruled half the world since World War II. It's been America.
I would say it's been, depending on exactly what decade or so you're talking about, it's been a combination of the U.S. and the Russians and like the Chinese there.
Yeah.
And I think that's what it is. A lot of the European elites, they're just pissed off that now instead of being the big boys on the block,
Well,
as Andrei Martyanov would say, they're just yapping chihuahuas now.
Yeah, well, keep in mind that many of the European elites really like the Chinese model because they're looking for a way that they can control their populations better, because China in many ways is really using an old style feudal system. And just with a little bit of communism painted over it. Which way are you going? You're going that way. Alright, so we're going to go this way also and intercept you. And China's always been kind of an imperial top-down country. And, whether you want to call it communism or fascism or feudalism or whatever, it's all these centralized power systems always turn into, some sort of ruling group kind of takes over the stuff. And that's just sort of how it is. And Europe would really like to do that, and they were sort of doing it in one form or another for, most of time, and then World War II happened, and they all got fucked, and essentially America bailed out Western Europe, and Russia nommed the Eastern Europe. You could say they liberated Eastern Europe from the Nazis, which is sort of true, but Stalin, of course, wasn't that much of a better option in many ways. Some of the Russians might disagree, but I think most of the Russians I know agree that communism did not work out very well in the long run. At least the younger ones. Some of the older ones seem to have differing memories, perhaps. Oh, did you turn around? Oh,
They still have fond memories of it.
Well, the thing is that the older ones remembered how fucked they were in the 90s. Because when the Russians lost the Cold War, or when the Soviets rather lost the Cold War, they got super fucked, and that was not a pleasant experience for them.
The West didn't really help matters in the 90s, because
No.
instead of saying, oh yeah, okay, communism's gone, these guys wanna work with
We
us.
exploited the shit out of them.
We looked at them and said, okay, free real estate.
Well, and that's why in many ways, there's a lot of animosity between the American leaders and the Russian leaders, because they're still fighting that Cold War in many ways. The Russian people kind of idealize America of the 90s, And I don't know if the Russian people realize how much So the Russian people don't blame the American people for the 90s. They blame their leaders of the 90s for selling out, essentially. That's why Gorbachev, when he died, basically was not that popular, is my understanding from talking to Russians. But Europe, the European elite, the Davos crowd, the UN crowd, all those guys, they still think they're important, and they're not. At least not to the extent that they used to be. Would you quit turning around and doing... I guess I'll keep going this way for a little bit longer. I am running out of ammo. Killing this last guy's gonna be tough. I mean, I got 2 point... Shit, I'm out of 2.9 ammo, too. Oh, some of these other guys have some. Okay, we'll be alright. So... But no, I think Europe is kind of fucked. I think when I was in London in 2016, Londonistan was not a British city anymore, and my understanding is it's only gotten worse. And Europe had declining birth rates and whatnot, and so they, in order to maintain GDP, because they have to in order to maintain their welfare system, they imported a lot of migrants, hoping that would boost their economy, and it just didn't. Eastern Europe, Poland, Hungary, Hungary, not Hungary, Poland, Hungary, Russia, some of those places, they're suffering the same problem, but they saw what happened to Western Europe, and so instead they started doing different programs to encourage people to stay married and have kids. And they're not so much worried about the decline in GDP because of they don't have quite the social welfare program that Western Europe had, because Eastern Europe's not rich. And so, I think that this is going to be tricky. I think that the Eastern European, I think the Eastern European model will win out over the Western European model, mostly because the Western European leaders are... Well, they're all corrupt. Can I take this guy? Ooh, I don't know. Surely I can beat one heavy cruiser with all these assault ships.
Yeah, you can probably beat him, but don't call him Shirley.
But, Western Europe has prosperity momentum left over, but they're in lots of debt. And Eastern Europe, my understanding is they don't have near, the debt. America's at, 100% debt to GDP, something like that. Western Europe's about the same. Most Eastern European countries are at 10 to 20% debt to GDP or something like that. I think Russia's at 15%. Hungary and Poland are doing reasonable. So it's just a different model, but you guys, those are Mark IIs also. You guys are gonna retreat.
Well, anybody who understands anything at all about economics understands that at some point the debt will break the economy.
Yeah.
The question is, what is it going to look like afterwards?
Right.
Is the dollar going to, go the way of the Bolivian escudo, or the, oh God, what was the Greek,
The
the
drachma.
Greeks, yeah, the drachma? What did it do? Like
Well,
$10,000% inflation?
now with Greece, the big problem Greece had, and the reason they had all that austerity, was the because Greece got nom by Germany. So the Greek president or prime minister or whatever, when they converted to the euro, essentially stole all the money out of Greece and skipped town. And then
Oh, really?
yeah, so like the leadership in Greece really fucked Greece. And then what happened was when so the Greek energy minister had a plan to bail Greece out. And so his plan was that they could take out a loan, put on solar panels on top of every rooftop in Greece, and they could power a quarter of Europe. Because Greece gets lots of sun and good weather all the time. Germany said no and made them do austerity instead and basically indebted Greece. And that's why he had all the riots in 2014. Is my understanding. I mean, I was there. I don't know quite all the details of the cause of it, but it was something along those lines. Oh, these
So
are marked.
how did Germany have the authority to tell Greece to do that and make it stick?
Well, one, Germany wouldn't lend them the money, and two, Germany basically convinced. Germany was in charge. Germany has a lot more influence over the EU than Greece does. So basically, the Germany convinced the EU that Greece and Spain and all these little countries had to do these mass austerity things, and it just fucked the economy. Because when your economy's in recession, you need to borrow money and spend to rebuild the economy and get it and juice it and get it going. You can't, starving people who are starving doesn't work.
Well, I'm thinking I'm gonna have to call it a night here. It's 3:30 here.
So I'm gonna have to burn this guy down with the 2.9s.
Good night, Mitchell.
Good night, Mitchell.
Okay. Yeah, we'll
I'm
see
not.
you later.
I'm not fast enough to catch this guy. You know what? I don't want to fuck with this. This is an invasion force. I mean, I could probably. I'm going to take a lot of damage from. Well, let's see. That's one of their big cruisers. It's a Mark II gun. You know what? Well, actually, he might not want to fight either, now that I think about it. Yeah, I think neither of us really want to fight this. We just want to invade France. But no, I think that the
France
big.
looks up from their croissants and goes, "What?"
Oh, are you coming back? Are you? Are you? Oh, you're coming towards me. Oh, you little bastard. All right. All right, we're doing this. We're doing this. I'm not really in that big of a hurry to find you again. These guys they're seasoned. I hit a torpedo. How much armor do you guys have? You actually got pretty good armor. Alright. Here's what we're going to do. You guys are just going to go straight at him. And you're just going to keep circling around. Try and keep him spotted. Now the big problem that you have really is, so like free markets and limited government tends to be the most advantageous long term for both the citizens and the country. But then you have a problem of how do you deal with authoritarian countries that mobilize huge resources and populations towards a common goal. And really, cheat the way that China does. And you have to have some means to mobilize people in response, and it can be, challenging. And that's kind of one of the problems that we face. And so, from a national standpoint, it's having an authoritarian system like China, or having a king, allows you to have a long-term plan. Whereas in America, the deep state's job was supposed to be the long-term plan, but then they became the long-term plan for corruption. You don't ultimately dishonest people screw everything.
That's why I always tell people that on paper, communism is the most beautiful form of government that's ever been made. Problem is, it gets run by humans and we are corrupt.
Yeah.
Here is something that I've had it explained to me very loosely in the past, so I know a few of the buzzwords, but I don't necessarily know what they mean or how this worked. But post World War I, when the rise of the National Socialist Party basically was restoring Germany's economy, the words that were used to explain it to me is that type of economy runs hot, and it is great to come out of a devastating poverty like Germany was in, but you have to change it after about 20 years because running the economy like that.
So that's not really what happened. So here's
okay. Well, like I said, that's how it was explained to me.
Okay, so socialism works. The best I've ever heard it explained is that socialism works great till you run out of other people's money. So what happened was, post World War I Germany, the government was poor because their money was worthless. They printed lots of money to cover all the war debts and war reparations, and they deliberately inflated their currency to pay off the suicidal war reparations. So the government was
Right.
broke
Okay.
because the money became worthless because they just printed so much, hyperinflation. The people were not
Okay.
broke. Some people were not, the people who had assets were not broke because they had assets. These people, many of whom happened to be Jewish. And so how Hitler restored the economy was he stole all the Jewish shit to give to his supporters.
Yeah, but he did that after he'd already straightened the economy up, as I understand it.
No, he was. They were.
That's
They were.
the
They
after.
when no, because well, they started out by nationalizing. So they nationalized everything. When the economy tanked, they nationalized everything. Because they were socialists. So the major industries they seized. I know this because one of my dad's friends was a little boy when the Nazis seized all of his family's assets in the name of restoring the economy. And so they were able to get out of Germany because they essentially voluntarily gave up their assets in exchange for being let out of Germany. Because Hitler wasn't genocidal at first, he was just taking their shit. But at some point, you run out of shit to take. So, and he was blaming the loss in World War I on the Jews, claiming they sold them out. Because, remember, Germany lost the war without ever having a foreign soldier on their soil.
Yeah.
They got beat, and then they got beat and surrendered before they got overrun and really got their ass kicked. So Hitler was able to blame it on the Jews selling them out, even though they basically just lost. I mean, they were fighting, fucking everybody. They were really lucky that the Russians had their problem, and that, because if the Russians hadn't capitulated due to their internal issues, then Germany would have had an even rougher time. So Hitler started taking everybody's stuff. The problem was there wasn't enough stuff to take, and so then Hitler started taking other people's stuff, Poland and whatnot. But, socialism always requires, unless you have... So, like, the Russian system, which isn't really socialism, I mean, they're more of a imperial monarchy, essentially. They're harvesting resources from the ground and selling resources in exchange for money, and then they use that money to fund their economy, some of which goes towards benefits for the people. But you don't get a free ride in modern Russia because they're not socialist anymore. They're not communist. They're essentially a semi-capitalist feudal system. You've got Putin and the oligarchs who get capitalism, and then you have the regular working people who get limited capitalism. It's not quite as authoritarian as China is, but both have kind of an imperial top-down model. The difference is in Russia you're more free to move than you are in China. But it's still somewhat centrally controlled, and it works in Russia because they've got oil and natural gas and lumber and minerals and all kinds of stuff. Germany doesn't have all that. I mean, they have to some extent. And Germany had a massive welfare system, because Hitler was a socialist, right? The Nazis were socialists. The only difference between the Nazis and the communists were the Nazis were national socialists and the communists were international socialists. The communists wanted to spread the idea of communism all throughout the world, whereas Hitler wanted his socialism for the German people, and to pay for it he wanted to conquer the world. That's why we viewed Hitler as a bigger threat than Stalin, even though they're both basically socialists. I'm going to just grab all of you guys together. And you guys are going to retreat. And you guys are going to... at 20. Attach you. Alright, so I need to...
So when you have the Rhineland and a couple of the other little bits, that were struggling basically right along with Germany, even though they weren't Germany anymore, and looking across the way at the German citizen driving his Volkswagen and being envious as he gets his horse and cart off the road, and here comes the the German worker in his Volkswagen waving and laughing. So they were like looking at that going boy, I wish we had that. Which is
I mean, Germany
they were so
at the time of the post-World War Germany, they were still mostly horse and buggy. The idea of German mechanization was a myth. They didn't have near the mechanization that anybody else had. Their elite units were mechanized, but a lot of their people, they walked their ass.
I'm not talking about the military at that point. I'm talking about literally the invention of the VW bug, basically.
I don't know how
equivalent.
I'm not sure how prolific the VW bug was.
Extremely.
But I mean, it was a cheap car. I mean,
exactly.
Germany did a lot of things right. They built the Autobahn. They mechanized. They developed a lot of technology. They revamped their industry. All that stuff. But the myth of it working, the myth of socialism working is just a lie. It's a myth. The reason it worked was because they stole everybody's shit, and a few people at the top benefited. A lot of the Nazi workers were already people at the bottom anyway, so they didn't notice. It was the middle class who were mostly the Jewish bankers and the Jewish merchants and a lot of people like that. And not even just them, but just regular German, middle class people. A lot of those people suffered. So I mean, socialism brings the poor up to some degree, but it does it by bringing everybody else down. But the people at the top, the party people still stay at the top. And they were, living it big.
So what you're saying is the only reason that Hitler's economy worked, as briefly as it did, was because he was stealing from anybody he could, steal from.
Yeah, basically. I mean, that's why all of the... It's the same reason why the Soviet economy did great for the first, 10, 20 years. All of these socialist systems do great for the first 10, 20 years until they run out of people's shit to steal. And then it's all propaganda and bullshit.
I didn't realize that Russia, when they switched to communism, I didn't realize that anyone in that country had anything to steal.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, oh, yeah, no, I mean, because Russia, before World War I, Russia was a developing industry. They had a lot of stuff going for them. Russia's always been rich with natural resources.
I know.
the Tsar was probably a little too greedy, and the nobility were probably a little too corrupt, but they were developing industry. You had a lot of private farmers, like all those Ukrainians that Stalin genocided. No, they had stuff. I mean, they weren't rich like the West, but they had stuff. Now, and there's some, some difference to which degree they enslaved the people. In Soviets' case, they, gulagged and enslaved, had a lot of slave labor camps and worker camps. Germany didn't have to do that at first.
Well, as I understand it, Russia didn't do that for economic reasons anyway.
No, they did it for political reasons, but they also got a lot of free, labor and stuff out. But they also had the Holodomor, and they lost gobs of people to starvation and whatnot. But in any of these socialist systems, we got southern France. That's good. Denmark is terrorists. Let's get
people. They were taking their food and selling it,
right.
For government money.
Right. So they were taking people's shit. So, but all of these systems, the reason all these socialist systems work, and is because they're taking people's stuff. And here's the kicker, okay? The reason Europe's socialism worked, has worked since World War II, is because we've been paying for it. We the Americans had such an economic juggernaut after World War II, because we were the only undestroyed economy, that we subsidized Europe, we subsidized NATO, because this put Europe as our vassals, essentially, and we didn't want Germany to do the Nazi thing again, and we wanted France to behave, we wanted, England to behave, so we subsidized all of them, and that's what allowed them to have their socialism. And so this slow carving out of the American middle class, a lot of that went towards subsidizing Europe over the past 70, 80 years. Because we were such an economic juggernaut that we could afford to do that. Let's go make Britain a little bit happier with it. So if you pull U.S. out of the equation, there's no United Nations, there's no International Monetary Fund, and Europe is bankrupt instantly.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm sitting here and I'm wondering. It's one of those, I kind of want to see it happen, but at the same time, I'm terrified to see it happen.
Yeah.
Because when America finally just looks at our creditors and says, sorry, we're not paying. I want to see the catastrophe. Remember that joke I said about Leroy and Jake driving the truck?
Yeah.
I'm gonna wake JP up because he never seen an accident like what they gonna have then.
Yeah. Well, and that's a lot of, frankly, that's a lot of what it is. There's let's see, hold on, let's see. I need 80,000, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60.
Yeah, I remember when we had loaned all of that, mass amounts of money to the banana republics in Central America, and they defaulted.
Right.
In
so
the,
so here,
60s and 70s, and we just shrugged and went,
right.
Well.
So here's the reason we did that. So my dad was working at the Federal Reserve Bank, and the reason he quit was in 1978 they wanted him to justify to keep loaning money to these places, and the real reason was that we were paying them off so they wouldn't go communist.
Right.
And we were making them our bitch, basically. And so Dad's argument was, well, just tell the American people we're paying them so they don't go communist. Don't try to justify it economically, justify it, politically and ideologically. But they didn't, want to do that, so...
They didn't want to do that.
Right, they were trying to bullshit, so they bullshitted. But the reality is that all these banana republics worked because we saw. I mean, the only reason Chinese communism worked is because we subsidized them from the 90s onward. We made China. China's our monster that we created. If we hadn't outsourced all of our jobs and everything to them, they'd still be a, medieval feudal system like they were during World War II. Why we did that in the 90s is insane, but basically it was a money laundering gig. We lent China money at favorable rates. We invested heavily in their economy, and then China donated to, rich people to make them richer. And there was a big feedback loop. Almost all of the bad things that have happened in America and modern America, you can find some form of funding coming from China, from communist China. And it was our money that we gave to them. So like the Wuhan lab, Wuhan, China did it. Well, it's our money that funded it. We gave the money to China. China did the thing that we're not allowed to do here, and then people got kickbacks. But all the Apple factory with all the slave labor, the Foxconn factory, all the technology, all the everything, we paid for it. Their Chinese Navy that's bigger than ours, we paid for it. We paid for the whole fucking world. And this is why everybody's pissed off in America now. They don't necessarily understand it, but, socialism is a net drain. If you look at it on the... So everybody looks at all the little interactions on a micro level, right? But on a macro level, it's just money coming into the economy, money going out of the economy. And in socialism, more money leaves than comes in because you've got a lot of waste and corruption and bloat. And how do you sustain it? You have to have money coming in from external sources, either stealing from the rich, stealing from the middle class is what usually happens, or having, Big Daddy U.S. government paying for it. So,
Okay.
like this whole, all the, when people are donating to charity and stuff like that, all these international charities, it's poor Americans donating to rich foreigners. Essentially, it's what it is. Poor people from rich countries giving money to rich people in poor countries. Because there's a reason all these countries are poor. Because their systems don't work.
Right.
And, as you centralize power, as you take power away from individual people, stuff starts to break down. So it's just how it works out. I need to go and conquest you. So, look at all these nice brand new upgraded tiny jalapenos. Let us go and go boop. I'm not moving them to the same port, you dumbass. I'm doing that. And these are all 1903s. There we go. That's going to be more than enough tonnage to satisfy that. So that's basically, I mean, fortunately my dad was an economics professor, so I grew up with this shit. So I'm going to get that in next turn. I'm going to get that next turn. Oh, it's 100, and then we'll move everything over to here and take that over. So that'll work fine. Oh, yeah, and as far as research goes, the engines, we'll work on ASW because we need that, and we'll jack this up. There we go. Alright, so thanks everybody for watching. I think I'm going to start wrapping up, and thanks for listening to my economics lecture. I
appreciate the knowledge.
I mean, there's a few things that I know an awful lot about. Strategy games and economics. And here's the thing, everything eventually comes down to economics plays an outsized role in almost everything. If you want to save the environment, solve the economics, and then everything else will fall into place naturally through technology. If you want to win a war, solve the economics and logistics, and everything will sort itself out. You know, that's basically, how did we win World War II? The Soviet Union moved all their economy east of the Ural Mountains, so Germany couldn't destroy it. We had our economy far enough away that Japan and Germany couldn't do it, and then we subsidized everybody, so we solved the economics. Russia had solved the logistics on their end, we solved the logistics on our end, and we dropped the world supply of napalm onto Germany until their economy disappeared. And then we did the same thing to Japan. And then when their economy disappeared, and, lots of dead people as well, but, when they couldn't produce their fuel and they couldn't produce their stuff, they couldn't replace their losses, whereas we could replace our losses. So boom, we won the war. It's the same reason why we're going to, lose in Ukraine. Russia has the economics and logistics solved, and our logistics is far away, and our economy is not geared towards the war, and, it's just not going to work out. So it's, how's Elon getting to Mars? He's solving the economics and logistics of how many spaceships does he need to launch, and how fast and how often, and he's going to get to Mars. Why does,
like what they talk about war? They say battles are won by tactics, and wars are won by logistics.
Yeah, and logistics are won through economics. If you don't have the economics to maintain the logistics,
exactly.
When we invaded Normandy, the Germans were horrified at what we did. So we wanted logistics to the good logistics to the front. So we wanted to build highways so that we could transport our stuff. So we brought over the means to build entire concrete factories, so we could have all the means to build highways in-house, and we just built ports, and we built, everything we needed right there in Normandy at some tremendous expense, but we didn't give a shit because we were rich.
That's like they said, they were saying, hey, we need a harbor to bring our stuff over. And America said, don't worry, we'll bring one with us.
Yeah.
And everybody looked at him like, you're going to bring a terrain feature.
Yes.
And America just nodded and said, yup.
Yeah. Well, look at in the war in Ukraine, Russia wanted to be able to maintain Crimea, so they built the bridge. They built a bridge that was 10 times stronger than it needed to be to withstand whatever pounding, we sent at it. They built a terrain feature.
Yep.
And, it...
How long did it take them to build that Crimean bridge?
Not very long. I'm going to Google it. Let's find out.
Yeah. Because there was an 11-mile stretch of road that they built there in Del Norte County, where I used to live, and they wanted to move Highway 101 out of the redwood parks there, because little 2-lane highway was just getting way too much traffic, and it was starting to damage the park. So they wanted to. So
construction started in February 2016 and ended and they opened in May 2018. So
2 years.
Yeah, 2 years basically. And then
It took them 9 years to build 11
and then the rail bridges construction continued for another year. So yeah, three years basically. Well, almost 4, because it started in February and it ended, February 2016 and ended in December 2019. So, just under 4 years. But 2 years to get the basics going. But they threw a shitload of money at it and a shitload of resources, right? When we built the Mulberry Harbor in Normandy for D-Day, we sent over a shitload of resources. Anyway,
Yep.
I am going to wrap it up. I'll stay on Discord after the stream. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. I'm going to go stretch my legs real quick, and then I'll be back shortly.
Okay.
and then I will see everybody tomorrow at some point.
Night, everybody.
Good night. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening to my economics lesson. Bye bye.